Hello. Hello, hi, hello. Whoa, that went too quick. Happy Sunday, happy Father's Day. Anybody here a father? I think we all have fathers. They're somewhere. How was your weekend? How was your week? How's my sound? Am I okay? Are we good? Oh my god, we're almost through June. That's so incredible. Incredible and ridiculous. I can't even deal with that. Who's here? Say hi. I promise I won't ask you to say anything ever again. But if you're here, say hi. Say hi, hello. I have had a week. Try not to complain about it and just try to explain it. This was a piece we did on stream for Mother's Day. Now I was planning to do a Father's Day piece, and I'm still thinking about doing it. I gotta warm up a bit first, but I wanted to do a dad minotaur and a son minotaur, and the dad minotaur is working on the labyrinth, like just a wall on the labyrinth, so he's, you know, got tools and stuff, and then the little one comes up to him with a tiny little maze. I thought that'd be really cute. So, I don't know, I was thinking it'd be really fun to actually do maybe themed reading cards kind of like this with some fantasy creatures and whatever. So maybe every holiday I'll make one, and then I can eventually put them together as some greeting cards or something. I thought that'd be cool. Alright. This going. Hi, Asling. How you doing? Is this even registering? You even playing your music? Come on. There it goes. Being all difficult. How was your week, Asling? This next week for me is going to be pretty nuts. We have Journey June on the way out, and I've got to do Patreon rewards for Curious Collectors, Clover Cards, Dandikin, a whole bunch of stuff. I've got some Patreon rewards here I was going to work on today. There's at least 2 I know I can work on because this person doesn't really go to Twitch streams, so I can do that. However, this other one, this person is here a lot. He's not here right now, but I'm afraid he might show up, so I don't necessarily know if I want to ruin the surprise or whatnot. Pain levels, and I've been super swamped trying to get my art business going. Oh, that's okay. I mean, life happens. You can't, you know, if you really can't avoid what happens to you, and it does happen, you can't get mad at yourself or feel guilty. It's just, that's what's happening, you know? And I know it's a bummer, but you can always do it any time of year too, the Journey June thing. In your art business, you know, when you get the time to do that and you want to talk about it, that whole thing that we were planning on, just hit me up. Going forward after June, I am more than open to doing stuff. It's just June was like, running this challenge is always more than I think it's going to be. And I didn't even do the pin giveaways this year. I feel really bad about that. But I'm hoping next year, maybe we could even save up to do more of them. It'd be nice to do like 2 a week or something. But, yeah, I think we have to kick up Journey June a level next year. Because next year will be year 5, I think. So that's kind of a big deal. Yeah, no worries. I'm here for you when you need it. I'll let you know if it ever gets too crazy, but for the most part, we should be okay. Next weekend, I will not be streaming because on Saturday, I'm teaching an art class using streaming. So on my usual stream day, I won't be able to. And then on Sunday, Gabe will be doing his Journey June stream. So okay, you know what, maybe let me get some scratch paper. I gotta do some sort of thumbnail for this. It's for, yeah, it's not a big deal. It's like a thing that Gabe and I do for like library events, I guess. So it's kind of for kids. There's two classes that day. One is for, God, what was the age group? It was like 7 to 10-year-olds, and then the second one is like 11 to 15-year-olds, something like that. It's like preteens and then one for teens, and it's like a summer art class thing for them. So it's pretty cute. I mean, I think libraries are always so wonderful for offering these things for kids. You know, I feel like they're the only thing that does that, you know? Okay, so let's see. Papa Minotaur and a baby Minotaur. I want to make them both really cute too. Maybe Papa's got the big ring. He's holding the little. Maybe he's got a hammer. The kid has the little labyrinth box. I don't know, I might need a color first before I get into penciling anything. Gotta figure out a better angle for this too so you can see the labyrinth in the background. Something like that would be cute. Oh, thanks, Ashley. Yeah, the library is great in contacting Gabe and I about this sort of thing. Let's do this one. I've got this other one with a B too. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, they really do seem to want to help kids understand how the art world is, because this whole month apparently they've just had artists kind of rotating into these streams for these kids so that they can see, you know, how artists deal with doing their art, like their process. The whole idea is to show kids that artists have so many different processes depending on, you know, who they are and whatnot. And I thought that was really cool because kids really need to know that, you know, depending on you know, certain factors. It's just the art process is going to be different for everybody. You know, kids, adults, novices, professionals, what have you. It's going to, you know, be different. So for them to see different ways of going about art, they'll realize there's no correct way, and that whatever way they feel like doing it is the right way for them. So I think that's great. I think that's really important. Let's take a picture of this. So last weekend I did not stream because our air conditioning Actually, I say our air conditioning went out because it's easier, but what really happened was the fan in our furnace just died. And we have a pretty old house, and we bought it pretty old. So what we ended up having to do was we were trying to stick it out and stay here, but it was over 90 degrees outside, so inside it was actually warmer, which totally sucked. Here, hold on, I need to get some scratch paper. So we tried to stick it out, and we went and bought like a small little window unit for AC, and we tried to all get into like a certain room in the house and tried to just make that room the coldest, and then we were planning on sleeping in there and stuff. But this little window unit did not fit snugly in any of our windows in the entire house, which is ridiculous. We just don't have the right type of windows, apparently. And it also couldn't even cool down the room. Like at one point we figured out a workaround, which was kind of crap, and then it didn't even cool the room. So we were like, we gotta do something, because we don't really have anywhere we could be downstairs. So it was pretty tough, because there was really nowhere we could go. Because you'd think, oh yeah, go in the basement, just hang out down there. Our basement isn't that type of basement, so that really sucked. All the hotels in the area were all full. I don't even know why. It's ridiculous. We didn't even, it was just so weird. There must have been an event or something, because we looked at hotels in the 2-hour radius of where we live, and they were just booked solid, especially for allowing 3 dogs. So that was a whole ridiculous thing. And then luckily Gabe's sister was actually out of town, and she lives in the house we just moved out of. So we asked her, hey, can we just go crash at that house, because you're not there and we need a place right now, because if we don't find somewhere, the dogs are gonna freaking die. It was bad. So my whole weekend last weekend was just taken up with all this stuff, and then we stayed there for about a night. The guy that was fixing our furnace couldn't show up till Monday. This happened on Saturday morning, so it was just horrible. I've had this happen to me before, but I always had like a basement or something I could just hole up in, but we don't have that scenario here. So that kind of sucked. A lot. So I lost a lot of time to that. But anyway, we now have the fan fixed, and we bought this portable air conditioner, because our upstairs, we have like a 3 or 4 level house. I don't know what it's considered, but it's got a lot of split levels. And so the topmost level gets ridiculously hot. So we had to get this like little AC unit that's like a portable one. You don't fit it in the window. It's kind of different, but it's been doing great. So it makes it really bearable to be upstairs, which is nice. So super grateful for that. Especially at night. Oh god, I can't sleep when it's too hot. It's bad. Oh yeah, not everybody's into sports for sure. Yeah, and the heat wave is just everywhere, it seems like. And I had moved to Illinois, was it 2 years ago? Maybe 3 years ago at this point. And it was really hot here compared to where, you know, I was from Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota gets in the 90s and stuff too, but this is like constant. So I had to ask Gabe, I'm like, is this normal? You know, is Illinois always this hot? And it's funny because neither of us can kind of remember if it's always been this hot. I don't think so. I don't remember summers being this hot this consistently by any means. This seems like ridiculous. Way too much. Yeah, 2 to 3 summers. That's exactly what I was thinking it's been. It's been a little bit, you know. So it's really weird. I'm just wondering if it's got to be everywhere. It can't just be, you know, a certain region. I'm guessing it's kind of everywhere. I'm gonna go back and blend these in a second. Let's see. Not that one. I'm still in the process of drinking my coffee, so mentally I'm not there yet. I'm trying to be. Believe me, I'm trying to be. I'm sad that this month is almost over because I really feel like it didn't happen. I don't know why, but this month just went ridiculously quick. Like, so quick. I'm guessing maybe it's because of Journey June, but it went really, really quick. I feel like I didn't get anything done. Really strange. Does everybody else feel like that way, that this month went so quick? I've actually started to write down the things I end up doing every day. Like, I have a to-do list every day of all the projects and things I need to work on and all the things I need to ship. All that stuff every day. Got a to-do list. But what I found out is sometimes those things get derailed and I end up having to work on a different, like, deadline thing. But then at the end of the day, I can't remember what I worked on, so I really feel angry at myself because I feel like I didn't do anything, but I know I did. So, like, it's one of those things where you want to write down that you answered emails for 20 minutes, you know, to 2 hours or some crap. Or, like, you corresponded with somebody about something and, you know, just so you know that you did that. Even though it wasn't on your to-do list, write down what you did end up doing. Because you're gonna reach the end of the day and be like, what just happened? And if you're like me and you do that, this'll help a bit, because it's like writing down your achievements as you're doing them for the day, which can be really helpful. Yeah, it's half over. I can't even believe that. That's ridiculous. Gabe and I are getting our second vaccine shot, I think in the next week or two. Our time will be up and we can get the next one, but I am not looking forward to potentially being, you know, thrown on my ass by this. For anybody that's gotten the second shot, did you get floored by it? Like, did it really screw up your motivation and everything? Did you get sick? Because most of the people I know got sick. So I'm not exactly looking forward to that. Just a sore arm? For the second one too? Oh, for both of them. Oh, good, okay. Yeah, I got a really sore arm from that first one. The second one I'm scared of just because everybody said that I talked to said that they basically got sick from it, like a small cold. And when you're freelance and an independent artist or whatever, that's scary because you can't really afford to not work, you know. That is a good green for that. Blue plus yellow equals green. That actually worked out quite well. So then if I wanted to insinuate that these fish are yellow, then I'm gonna make them green. I'll be putting up a Patreon update this week with next month's colorable calendar and all that stuff. So that should be good. I'm also going to put up a poll at some point for my curious collectors so that they can tell me which kind of guardians they prefer. So ones that are based on plants, ones that are based on elements, things like that. I like knowing those things. Let's see what this color is. That's not the right color. Maybe this one. Whenever June is hot, I get really worried because I know that July is typically hotter. So now I'm getting real scared that July is just going to be ridiculously hot and I'll never get outside. The thing I don't like the most about summer is that you have to have all the curtains drawn and fans going all the time and staying inside because it's too hot. I burn like crazy if I go out. Like my skin, it's too fair. I can't do it. Well, this song has a lot of like seagull noises and things. So Asling, does your son participate then in a lot of like library type events? Like, does he enjoy them? Hi, Sketch. This is for one of my patrons. They like this type of simplified style I do sometimes. So, for their Patreon reward, I figured I'd mix a bunch of the things they like for this one, and they also have this one coming to them too. For my Dandikin patrons, since I didn't get April or May to them on time because my months are just a blur right now, I offered to combine both the months into a bigger piece for them. And they're also wonderful. I am so grateful for my patrons that they let me do that. So I get to provide them with a bigger piece than normal, which is fun. It's weird, sometimes I find the bigger pieces a little bit easier than the smaller ones, but I don't know, that's just a weird side effect, I think. How you doing, Sketch? How's your weekend been, and your week? I wanted to make him a little pineapple guy. I thought that'd be cute. He's got a little pineapple type thing going on. You had to call the police? Oh no. Is it your neighbors again? Being stupid? God damn them. I'm sorry. I am so sorry you have to deal with that. That should not be part of your norm, you know? Oh God, that's awful. I'm so sorry. I hope as the day goes on it gets better. You're able to relax and not think about it as much. I hope you can also just get out of that situation soon. It really doesn't sound like it's very good for you. Hi, Cavendish. How you doing? I keep forgetting to put up a notice about Journey June, that they're gonna start getting more and more messy. I've got to do that. I think I'll do it tomorrow though, because I feel bad. A lot of our Journey June participants are overseas, so when I think of stuff, if I want to post it, I feel bad because they're basically going to bed right now. So usually if I get a good idea or an idea to tell them after 1 p.m. my time, I usually hold off until the next day. I'll post this tomorrow. I think that'll help people because I know mine are. If any of you are doing Journey June, I know you're probably in the same boat too. Your sketches are getting worse, which is totally fine. That's very normal. You're getting burnt out, you're getting tired of the story, you're getting tired of doing it. It's okay. It's very much a normal thing. Yeah, good call. You are correct. Thank you, Sketch. You got it. Because what happens with stories is that they'll get buried. So if I post a story right now, there's how many people posting stories between now and the next day that they will not see it. Because when you open your Instagram, you only see like 5 people at a time on your stories, and most people don't even go past that. from what I've researched, they'll look at the little chunk of the 5 people and, you know, it'll get buried again. So I do a lot of the things on there for like motivational stuff, things that aren't very important. So like today I did one about that there's oh wait, you can't see that, good lord. Alright, so there's 10 days left, you know, and so I try to do some motivational things, so I'll put this in the motivational stuff. But then the other day, a friend had sent me this post, and I think this is actually pretty good. It's very pertinent to what we were talking about and what we will be talking about again next Sunday's stream, because Gabe is doing the comic creation course on the 27th. So he'll tell you how to change your story you've been storyboarding this whole month into a comic. So that'll be really cool. Same thing happens with posts, unfortunately, too. If I posted it right now, they won't necessarily even see it tomorrow. Like, it's crap. I wish Instagram was better than that. Guess what you're wearing? Honestly, I don't know why, but I thought you might be wearing a scarf. Like a really cozy scarf. Like, the second you said that, that's what came to my mind. I doubt that's correct, because that would not make sense. It is the middle of summer. So, I'm guessing I'm incorrect. But that's just what, you know. Or things. Mittens? You wearing mittens? Maybe socks. Knitted socks. Oh, the sock. Nailed it. Ones you made? Your first hand knitted socks. Wow. Well, bravo. That's got to be really cool to wear things that you made. I've always wanted to do that. I mean, all the cosplay I've ever done, I basically was able to make it or obtain it through Goodwill. I've done very little sewing in my life. I haven't sewn very much. I haven't knitted anything. I haven't crocheted anything. Once my time frees up from work, because god damn it, it's gonna next year, I swear to God, I'm not gonna let things get this crazy ever again. I might even full out stop the portraits at some point. But for right now, it's just, I gotta truck through still. I'm so mad. So frustrated. Might even have to stop my Patreon for a bit. Every month I go back and forth on that one. Like, I really don't want to pause my Patreon, especially because it's money we need. But I also need the time. Oh, good for you, Sketch. That's really cool. Okay, wait, this is a pineapple guy. So let me look at a pineapple real quick. I don't exactly want to do the same thing that a pineapple is, but okay. Interesting. Yeah, you gotta kind of build up to it, unfortunately. You know, if you're not used to doing shipping or anything like that, definitely don't start with shipping. But I mean, if you're, let's say you don't have many commissions in the queue and you don't want to do commissions for a while, Patreon can be good, you know. There's nothing wrong with it. But my problem is I have so much work outside of it. Like my Patreon, I've made it into basically a thing that can sustain itself, which kind of sucks at this point because, you know, I made the other half of my business, the portraits, and those got out of hand, and, you know, during COVID they got set back. So, like that whole thing. So now I'm balancing basically 2 full-time jobs, which is a little bit ridiculous. I'm trying to get all the colors in this that a pineapple has, but you'd be surprised. Pineapple has a lot of colors. So I gotta find, I guess that's kind of the color. At least I know if I pick the wrong color, I can fix it later with pastels. Per my usual fixing. Oh yeah, if you've got like physical ailments and whatnot, I would definitely wait until those become a lot less persistent, for sure. Because yeah, that could really put a damper on your progress. It's cute because pineapples have this Patsy Peach. Oh wow, thank you for the raid. How you doing? Pineapples have this really cute pattern on them. This little pineapple guy. Crazy Wacko, thank you for the follow. How was your stream, Peach? Lexiel, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Sorry I don't have my camera up today. Zara McIntosh, thank you. Cozy Peach raid. So how was it, Peach? I bet you're hungry, aren't you? After every stream, I am just ravenous. So anybody who ever comes in here on a raid, I'm like, oh my god, I bet that person's starving at this point. Welcome everybody, I am Cloverkin. This is a piece we did a while ago on stream. I was going to make a Father's Day companion piece to it, because this was a Mother's Day inspired one, and I was going to do a Minotaur father and son, and I still might do it on the stream, I'm not sure, I just want to do something a little bit easier. Also, this is still available on my website, so if anybody wants this original, go to cloverkin.com and you can have it. I also have a Patreon that I am in love with. I love doing it every month. It's a lot of work, but I do love it. There's a link there to it. But right now we're coloring some Patreon rewards for my patrons. So this is a little pineapple guy. He's on a boat. Oh, Bev, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh yeah, sketch, right? Oh my god. Oh, gotcha, Wacko. Good. I'm glad she went and got some rice. The guinea pig squash painting. Oh man, I had penciled a guinea pig with a piece, like an ear of corn in an old medieval style. And I still haven't colored it, but I had it penciled. Guinea pigs are so fun to draw. I'll have to go check out her stream and see how it looks. I'm always in the mood for some guinea pig art, 100%. Let's see, it's Patsy Peach. Good on them for remembering to raid at the end of their stream, because man, that is something I never remember to do. It's rough. Oh no, it doesn't? On mine? Really? The one that says main site, or which one? The about page. Is it the Patreon one, the Etsy one? Or do you mean my main one? Yeah, please share. Yeah, share her stuff. Absolutely. I am more than happy with that. Oh, Chickpea! I love Chickpea! Are you gonna knit her a little scarf or like a little chicken vest? Oh my god. Please, please do it. It must be done. Weird. I'm clicking them right now and they work. I don't know why. Like you're saying my main, the one that just says main site, that one doesn't work? Oh man, why would it work on desktop and not mobile? That sounds stupid. I'll check on my phone too. It's no good. You went to about... Oh, this one. Okay, this is the one you're probably talking about. And it's broken. Let me try it down here then. Okay. I thought you meant the other one that was like up in the... Oh, weird. It's because... Thank you so much. Here, let me fix it. It's got a twitch.tv in front of it and I don't know why. Okay. Now try it. Now try it. Go for it. That should work now. That just takes you to all my other links. But if you just go to cloverkin.com, that should help. But yeah, on your... That's weird that some of the links don't show up, because like on here it says Facebook and Instagram. Good lord. It says Facebook and Instagram, but on the desktop version it's also got Patreon, Etsy, Instagram, main site, all in this area, so that's really stupid. Thank you so much, Macintosh. I appreciate that so much. Let's go with this. How was everybody's week? You have a good week? You do a lot of stuff? Definitely. Always, always, always need testers. QA is so important. And yeah, a lot of us don't get the QA we need. I need a lighter blue for the sky and the water. I have to wait for that to dry to see if that one works. I don't think it's gonna. I think that's way too light. A lot of these pastel colors are meant for white paper, which white paper is not my shtick. I'm not a fan of white paper. I like toned paper because it really cuts out all the BS. I'm gonna go with this previous one. This one seems alright. Auntie Plant! Thank you. Welcome. Get those big marshmallow juicy clouds, right? For those that don't know, I know it's already almost over, but Journey June is happening right now. That sounds fun, Sketch. Enjoy. Journey June is almost over, but in case you want to do it any other time of the year, or next year, feel free to check out the Journey June Instagram, all the tags that are happening right now. Journey June is a monthly challenge, one of those, but it's got emphasis on storytelling and it's meant for artists. So it's not an art challenge. We like to say that it's more of a storytelling challenge with, you know, through visual means. So basically you storyboard out a story in a month with no prior planning or anything like that. It's based on the hero's journey. So we broke up the hero's journey into 30 days so that you could easily accomplish a full arc, full story by the end of June. And then during the whole month, we have classes that are free that we teach, you know, like best practices for visual storytelling. The other person that runs with me, they run this the challenge. They're like a 20-year comic veteran, and they've worked for, you know, big comic companies, so they have this skill set that you know, they like to at least volunteer to everybody for Journey June. So next Sunday is actually the comic creation course. So that one talks about taking what you've been doing all month and translating it into a comic, and how to use panels appropriately, panel shapes, how to do pacing, things like that. And then for anybody who actually finishes the challenge, they earn a class that teaches you how to self-publish your own books. So it's a pretty fun thing. It's a good deal more intensive than typical art challenges, but it's I feel like it's important for anybody out there who has a goal to do their own stories, write their own stories, illustrate their own stories, all that kind of thing. It's a good, like, deep dive into what you can expect when you want to do that. So definitely give it a look-see. But like I said, you can do it any time of year. We never take anything down. The only downside to not doing it in June is you miss the live classes and the ability to get the free publishing class. But there are ways to cheat the system. So, like, let's say you want to do your story in August, and you do your story in August. If you wanted to wait around till next June to post it, and then post it and get into that free class, you absolutely can. I mean, you did the work, so regardless, you should be rewarded for that. Oh, hey, Greg, how you doing? Oh, thank you, Auntie Plant. Yeah, Journey June. So the main place to look at is either journeyjune.com or the Instagram for it. Yeah, we actually encourage you to do a new story every year. And then we have 2 levels too. So if you're new, we highly suggest you do level 1 because it's a lot easier. It's a good start for anybody who's not used to writing or hasn't ever finished a story, anything like that. So definitely start at level 1. Once you've done level 1, the next year, if you want to tackle the template for level 2, definitely go for that. Level 2 ends up mixing in the villain's point of view. So we didn't want to do that right off the bat because that's a lot for anybody to stomach, you know, when they haven't even created a story yet. So definitely check out level 1 if you haven't really been into any of that before. And we're always open to answer questions too, so let us know if you have any. But we look forward to that every year. It's a really fun thing for us too. We like to participate, so I think it's interesting if to see the people that made the challenge actually partaking in the challenge. I think that's important. Well, definitely check it out. Yeah, if you want to get a practice run in, just here, I'll send you the post. And then if you want to do it between now and next June just for practice, absolutely. So this is the one you need right away. This will tell you kind of what the whole thing's about. and then at the bottom click level 1 expanded prompts. So what it is you can see what every prompt is for every day, but then we have an expanded prompts list which tells you even more exactly what to think about every day. So here's level 1. That one's important. Right? Yeah, we just wanted to tell people what to focus on every single day so they don't get overwhelmed. Because that seems to be kind of the killing factor there for a lot of people is they'll get overwhelmed thinking, oh my god, my story, I've got to go to this place with it, I've got to go to that place with it, we have to figure out this thing. And it's like when you get to that point, we just say, pull back and just take it day by day again. We don't want you to get overwhelmed. That's not what it's about. So, and if you go to Journey June's Instagram, you go on the IGTV tab, you can see past classes we've done there. Oh, I'm glad you're excited. That's great. Hi, Dennis. I almost started working on your cards. Like, I've got them penciled and I was going to start coloring them on stream, but I'm like, I have a feeling Dennis is going to show up. So I didn't exactly want to because I don't want to ruin the surprise. I had a good idea for your cards. So, some suggestions for what to do for the merchant stuff prompt. All right. Well, let's see. Because I think today we're at weak and wounded, right? So weak and wounded is typically trying to clean up their mess from the previous battle. Oh wait, merchant stock. We got rid of that one. Where did you see that? Are you on level 2? I think merchant stock is an old version. We did revise the list like 2 years ago. Where's merchant stock? Yeah, I think you have an old version, Cavendish. No, that's rare item now. Yeah, we changed that. Here, this one might help. Yeah, we changed that I think 2 years ago. I don't know where you got an older list, but always check the website for the newer one. I hope I don't have that just sitting out there somewhere. That might be my fault. Yeah, day 22 now is rare item, and I think we had changed merchant stock to rare item because merchant stock was a little bit convoluted when we first did it. Hopefully that helps then. How's your puppy, Dennis? How is Yoshi? If you want me to ruin the surprise, I will. But, you know. Oh, you found old ones? That makes sense. Your ornery? Oh no. Oh, You sleeping on the floor because of the pup? I remember when Bruni was a puppy and Gabe was getting up every 2 hours and taking her outside. Gotta do that potty training, they got tiny bladders. Oh, she's... I thought you were... Oh my god. I gotta stop asking questions in the order I do. I end up screwing myself over. Did she really? Good for her. I told you. Isn't that nice? However, they'll learn to lie to you and say, oh yeah, I need to go outside, I need to go potty. And it's like they just go out and stand there. They just wanted to be outside. It's like, you bastard. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, when we got Bruni, she was about the size of a sweet potato. So she had to go out every so often, every 2 hours or so. Gabe was such a trooper about it. I was very, very happy. Right? If they just went out too, I end up being like, no, you just went out, and she'll give me the face like, I know, but it's outside. It's like, no, you just went potty. No more potty. At least not for an hour or two. Well, happy first Father's Day to you. You're now a pup daddy. You're a pawpaw. Sorry, I have to have all these puns because of my job. Doing all the pet portraits has me always doing pet puns. So they're on speed dial for me, basically. You're very okay with the puns, good. Oh, I wonder how teaching her to be on walks is gonna go, because I could see her just growing up and dragging you. It's really weird with Bruni on walks, because like if it's just someone walking her, she's okay. But if we walk her and the other dogs at the same time, she has this complex of needing to be in the front, you know? And she's very much not the alpha dog. I think Chancho has kind of set his place as the head pup, but I don't know, she always thinks she needs to be in the front. And then she pulls, but if she's alone, she's fine. I don't understand. Oh, so she respects her elders. That's very sweet. Oh yeah. No, don't do panel work until you need Journey June. So, funny enough, Dennis, next Sunday, Gabe's doing this comic creation course that tells people how to take their storyboards, which are just, you know, the whole story in squares, and how to fit those into comic panels, and when you're supposed to use certain shaped comic panels and things like that. And that's at 2 p.m. Central next Sunday on Journey June's IG. So if you just want to like hang out for that, that might actually help you. Because yeah, you don't want to lay out panels before you've actually figured out the story, because pacing is going to change. You need thinner panels for things that are, you know, if you're doing a slower scene, more panels. If you want like the speed of the scene to speed up, that's what a page spread's for, right? Oh, that's tough. Yeah, but panel work has to come after the story. Otherwise the pacing's gonna be all fucked up. Gotcha. Well, and sometimes you have to do it to figure out that you don't want to do it. That's probably the hardest thing of anything creative, is figuring out, well, I spent all this time, you know, figuring out I don't want this. Which, it's frustrating, but it's, in a lot of cases, it's necessary. Because you wouldn't have found out otherwise. So, gotta do it. Kind of dig the idea of pineapple people right now. Alright, I'm not going to fully render this because I want to color the rest of these, but I just also don't have my white. I don't have all my colors. So, there's that. Hey Oceana, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. So just remember, next Saturday I will not be streaming, but Gabe will be streaming on IG Live on Sunday for Journey June. Ideally, yeah. So if you're an artist who eventually wants to write and illustrate your own stories, you're going to want to draw them. And we highly suggest you do them ridiculously dirty, like really rough sketches. I will actually show you mine so you can have some idea. Like, they're supposed to be really crappy, really sketchy, because this is a first draft. It'd be similar to like an author publishing their first draft. Like, no author is gonna do that, right? So you don't want to do really nicely illustrated anything, right? It doesn't make sense. So this year I've been doing mine on in Clip Studio. It seems to go faster, plus I can do a lot of like shading and whatnot. Oh god, that's gonna be dark. Hold on. Is that better? Not really. Hold on, let me turn off my filter. I have a camera filter. So I will explain. Yeah, definitely get Clip Studio if it's on sale. It's one of the best programs ever, and its stabilizer is amazing. So, in my case, you want to be really, really sketchy with it. Like, you don't have to be super crazy about it. You don't have to color it. I just tinted certain, like, you know, points in my story. But really, like, one of the tools for me is to use the pencil tool over here, because it ensures that it looks crappy. You know, so you can see it's really grainy, and that mentally to me helps me prepare, so I'm not trying to make it really nice. Because if I use the pen tool, you know, and you've got the stabilizer up and oh, it's all really smooth and oh, this looks final, don't do that, right? And if you're using a pencil, make sure we try to have people do the post-it note rule, where if you're doing a pencil, you're using traditional whatever, make it no bigger than a post-it note. Okay, so also my patrons, every week I've been putting up a time lapse for my patrons of the entire week. So every week I've been doing a new time lapse, and I'll show you kind of what that looks like. So since I've been doing it in Clip Studio has this wonderful thing where it time lapses your paintings, but I'm using it to time lapse my storyboards basically. So you can see all the panels I end up using, all the panels I don't use, like how I go about a lot of the drawing portions of it, thought process, all the posing, me working out things visually, stuff like that. So you can see that through my Patreon. That's at the $3 tier up. But like I said with the post-it note, don't make it any bigger than this. There's no reason to. Like I said, it's a first draft, so you want it to be ugly. You want it to just be, honestly, you're working out thoughts, like a sketchbook. You'll have time to polish it on your third draft, we'll say. I even got this little controller here. This is meant for doing a lot of shortcuts. So when I'm working on the iPad, I can just do these instead of even using gestures, because I know it sounds ridiculous, but using gestures while you're drawing even takes too much time. So I go between, like, this is eraser and this is pencil, and I'll just go like this a bunch, right, while I'm working. And, you know, there's a lasso tool, there's a transform tool, and you can use this for honestly anything. It was only like $20, but you can use this as an extra remote on, like, I guess mobile games and regular consoles, anything like that. Here. Right? And it's just really cool to hook it up for art shortcuts. But my partner put up a thing here for it, shows him using it. And if you just DM him being like, you know, asking for the remote link, he'll give it to you. We're not sponsored or anything like that, but we wanted to make it easy for people to get the link if they wanted it, because it has been invaluable to us. So, all right, now I'm going to do this little B piece. But going back to your question, so EX versus the regular Clip Studio Pro, EX is going to give you a lot of like screen tones, backgrounds, a lot more comic stuff. So if you're planning on making a web comic or a comic in general, you might want to invest in getting EX. If you're not really into that and you just want to feel out, you know, the program first, you can absolutely do that. And then I'm pretty sure you can upgrade to EX if you feel like it. Like, it's not necessary, but, you know, it's there, right? So, I don't know, if you haven't tried Clip Studio before, maybe give it a shot first and see if you like it. Otherwise, if you want to take the dive, go for it. However, I think if you're getting it on desktop, the desktop version is a flat fee. So I think it's $25 for the base one. But if you're getting it on iPad, it's like $5 a month. It's a subscription. However, there is something about having it play in with itself if you have both versions, something like that. Anyway, I forget. Yeah, it's a really cool little device, for sure. So I can show you real quick. Oh, you got an Oculus? Ah, Dennis, I'm so jealous. So, Zara, like, for every prompt on the list, you need at least one illustration, or we've had writers do Journey June, we've had cosplayers do Journey June, photographers, sculptors, we've had tons of different types of artists. So going back to, if you are an artist who wants to write and illustrate your own stories, then we suggest that you do a quick sketch for those. If you're a writer, then obviously just write as much or as little as you want, as long as you have one thing for each prompt. You can do as many as you need for every prompt, but you have to have at least one, and you can't combine prompts into one image. So like, you can't take days 1 and 2 and combine them into one image. Here, let me go get something real quick. Okay. So for those who have seen me show this a million times, who are regulars at my stream, I am sorry. Here we go again. But for the story I did a few years ago, this was some of the concept art before we even hit June. We have a Heroes Workshop every May that's gearing up for Journey June, and we encourage you to design your hero, have fun, getting hyped up for the story and all that stuff, doing all the sketches and all those things, what have you. So once you've done all that and June comes around, we want you to start doing the story, but make sure it's really, really rough. And here's an example of a traditional way to do it. Because for the first 2 years, we're on year 4 now. For the first 2 years, I had done them traditionally, which is fine, and I liked them. They worked out really well, but I eventually wanted to add a little bit of depth to it, so I use like 2 or 3 tones now on Clip Studio. So if you want to see my story up to this point, you can see the whole thing. I made a separate account for all my Journey June stories. So Cloverkin is my IG name, but Cloverkin JJ is my Journey June story. So if you go there, you can see my story this year so far. And you know, I was doing some shading so you can tell biome changes and things, because there's going to be some things that you as the artist or writer draw that no one else is going to be able to understand, and that's fine as long as you understand it, because this is a rough draft. It's supposed to be ugly, it's supposed to be messy, but this is why I was saying for that post-it note rule that you just use it as a quick template. You trace it, draw on your next one, trace it, draw on your next one. And if you're planning on making a comic, this is technically still good to do before you worry about what your panels look like, panel shapes, pacing, anything like that. It's better to do it this way first. And then for the people we have right now who are in the middle of their stories and they're going to make them into comics later, next Sunday we're having this comic course that tells you how to take this version of them and fit them into a comic. Like, how do you take all these pages and things that you've got of all these panels and whatnot, and how do you take that and formulate it into a comic, you know, template, comic format. So that's next weekend on the IG account for Journey through June. I wish we could have gotten the account Journey June, but it's Instagram, so everything's already taken. It's like someone's personal account, so it's not like we can really even use it, honestly. So anyway, it's really fun. It's exciting for me because I really enjoy seeing stories kind of like manifest into life. Like, I love organic storytelling. I love seeing people just telling stories organically just because they have these characters and these stories they got to get out, and it's magical to me. So to see the hashtag for this year, which is Journey June 21, to see that just fill up with all these new stories that are being birthed into existence. And even if you decide not to do anything with it, that's okay. You know, the point is that you went through the motions, you figured out if you want to be somebody who does this sort of thing or not, because a lot of people say they want to, but they've never actually told a story. So then once they actually do, they're like, oh my god, this process sucks, I hate this. And then I don't want to say they quit, but they reallocate their efforts into something they actually want to do, which is important. I mean, you think about anything else you want to do in life, and, you know, finding where you're wasting your time and where you'd rather be putting it is more important, you know? So anyway, it's a good challenge, I think, for those who don't just want to make an illustration off a prompt. It's a lot more intense. It is a challenge. It's hard. It's mentally hard. It's spiritually hard because you have to keep going. We have a whole like little course we have. I just gave it, I think, last week. So that's up if you want to view it, but it's about burnout and what to do when you're stuck, you don't have any ideas, you know, you're tired. You're tired of the story, you're tired of what you're doing, because as you're working on your own hero's journey story, you yourself are going through a hero's journey. So it's funny because it aligns basically with the actual prompt list. What you feel is what they feel. So, like, you know, when your adventure begins, you're excited, they're excited, and blah, blah, blah. But when you get to 3/4 of the way through the story, you're feeling lost and listless too. You're also feeling what your hero's feeling. So it's really kind of a trippy experience in my experience. Like, it's fun though. Yeah, it's cool, but you gotta really take yourself out of the situation. Otherwise, you get kind of sucked into it, you know, and a lot of people that, you know, might get too sucked in sometimes end up quitting, you know, because they'll succumb to this this, oh my God, I can't do this, I can't finish this. And it's like, you absolutely can. You can finish it. You know, if it gets too hard to keep doing whatever you're doing at the amount you're doing it, pull back. Like me right now, I'm maybe doing 8 to 10 panels a prompt, and that's just how I think of things. I'm an animator. Like, I was in games and I went to school for animations and all this stuff, so I'm thinking in a storyboard format. So for me to pull back on that, you know, I should probably right now, because I'm getting to this point where my you know, I'm not doing enough regular work, and I'm working too much on Journey June, so I should probably pull back a bit. So that means, you know, diminishing the amount of panels I'm including every day, that sort of thing. But to each their own. We're trying to teach everybody that you got to work at your own pace. You got to figure out how you work best, because a lot of people don't even know the best circumstances they work in, which as an artist is extremely valuable to know how you work best and to figure that out as early as possible, because that's going to save you a lot of heartache, you know. Oh, thank you, Hesley. This is a kind of an emotional piece for one of my patrons. Everything in this has some symbolism, so I wanted to make sure I treated it with some respect and made it extra cute. Oh, which one, Cavendish? Which expression? It's funny because it started off as like a piranha, and then eventually it became an anglerfish. So it's like a mix of a shark, a piranha, and an anglerfish, and then with some legs tacked onto it. Oh, where it's dizzy? Like it hits the ground and it's dizzy? That whole sequence, I think I might actually change later. I know I wrote that in the description, but I had a whole different idea for that part where I wanted the beetle to come in, and I wanted the beetle to kick the thing's ass. I wanted the beetle to come in and be like, huh, huh, huh. And he's got like, he's used to killing sandworms and stuff, and I wanted him to like, you know, fight the inside of it, and then the anglerfish thing like gets angry and bites the uvula in the worm's throat, and then it throws it up, so like they were tag teaming it. But I decided not to for now, because I feel like if I was going to add the beetle in that manner, he would either need to follow them to the end of the story or have a more prominent part. Like, just for right now, having him jump in at that time felt a little too awkward and forced. So I thought I'd just use him as a gag at the end. So I might add him in later, though. I don't know. I would have to rework some stuff for the pacing to work correctly. But that's the sort of thing that, you know, we were talking about, that you use, you know, second drafts for and all that stuff. That's exactly the type of thing we're talking about. Like, if you're doing your story and you find out, oh man, I would have rather had to do this, oh no, that's okay. Make a note of it. Tell yourself, okay, on draft 2, I'm going to go this route with it. I mean, this is what writers do, you know. They do rough drafts. They edit things out, they change things, and you know what? Even if they end up changing something after the product has released, what do you think director's cuts are? What do you think, you know, all the different versions of books and comics that come out? You know, everybody wants a different one, and that's why, you know, a lot of the time somebody will be like, oh, what's your favorite version of this? Do you like the theatrical cut, the director's cut, the final cut? Which one do you like? You know, and it's fun because some people like the way a story ended up versus a different way. And especially when you've got other people working on it and not just one person, you're going to have, you know, different views of that. Like E.T. Originally they had guns. Then eventually they got edited out and they put in walkie-talkies instead of the guns so that, you know, E.T. wasn't going to get shot. He was just there and they were just talking to each other on walkie-talkies. So, like, that stuff changes. Nothing is permanent if you don't want it to be, you know? That is the blessing and the curse of the creative mind. Deus Ex Beetle, yes, right? And that's another thing. So when your like team is weak and wounded right now, a lot of the time in the hero's journey, in movies, anywhere, this is the time where the magic mentor just happens to appear again and helps them out. So a lot of the time, your magic mentor does end up being a Deus Ex Machina situation. And I mean, you can decide as the writer if you want to do that, if you want to play into that trope. If you don't, if you think it's too trite, avoid it. But that's kind of the time when this would happen, is around now. So just so happens to come in and help. Once July comes around, streams should be back to normal. It's just, I don't know why June always ends up being too busy for us. Journey June even aside, some reason we always end up more busy in June than any other month. I know conventions are starting back up again too. I have mixed feelings on it. Like, I want to go back to doing conventions, but at the same time, it's so much work. It's so tiring to go vend at conventions. Like, I get tired, honestly, just thinking about it. Lugging all your whole table across entire cities and being in a hotel and all that stuff. Like, it seems like a lot right now, just because we've been so closed in for so long. It's a lot to process. Like, I know when I go back to doing them, I won't be able to do them as hard or as full-time as I did when they stopped. Because it's just, oh my god, it's so much. So much. Yeah, right? Yeah, I hate that we have to think about that too. I mean, some places are implementing like mandatory masks still for the convention scene, you know? So I mean, even if you're vaccinated, no matter what, people have to be wearing their masks at all times. It's just as a vendor there, you know, the idea of how many people pass your table. I like to joke that I was at the last con on Earth last March, because C2E2 was the last con before everything went into lockdown. And I was there, and I swear to God, I got COVID when I got home, because I was out for 2 straight weeks. It was hard to breathe, it was hard to do anything. I swear to God I had it. I never got tested about it, but this was way before any of that even came into play. And it just felt like mono plus the flu to some crazy degree. So anyway, I feel like I got it, and it was horrible. But like, Like, I can't imagine going to a con again, because just thinking about that it was, you know, people were talking about, oh yeah, this cruise liner, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, maybe we should be using sanitizer at conventions. And then just remembering how many people weren't taking any precautions when I was there. It was nuts. It was so crazy. Because you can get it again. You can actually get different strains of it. You can catch it more than once. So, yeah, I thought you couldn't. And somebody had mentioned that, and I looked into it, and apparently you can. So, and I've got my first vaccination, but I've also heard even if you're vaccinated, you can still catch it. So, I'm not scared of it exactly, especially since I feel like I've already had it, but it was 2 weeks out of my life. Like, I don't think I'll die from it, you know, obviously if I've already been through it, but I don't want to lose that much time again more than anything. And I don't want to spread it to other people potentially. Yeah, you can absolutely get it more than once. And that blew my mind. I was mad about that too. But yeah, there are different strains. You gotta be careful. Fricka! Oh, Fricka, I was wondering where you were. Oh. How are you, Fricka? How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Yeah, and the main problem though with the convention scene is it's not going to be what it was before lockdown happened. Like, people are going to be wary to go for a long time. So even if you're a vendor like me, and you're, you know, if I was like, yeah, I'm going to go, I'm going to get back into this, it's still not going to be at the full force of attendance or anything like that for probably another year or two. Because we were pretty hardcore in it. We were doing like 1 to 2 shows a month, and, you know, going to the bigger ones and whatnot. And it's just, you know, knowing that the fear is still out there, people are still figuring things out. Attendance definitely is not going to be what it was, not for a while. So for a lot of us that have to, like, travel to these cons, it's not worth it then for a while. Like, I'm probably not going to go to New York Comic Con for a while because it's extremely expensive, and I know for a fact that I won't make it back during the show because attendance is going to be down for a while. So that's more the problem. So it's too bad. But if nothing else, it's helped a lot of artists and creators figure out their online game, you know. For those that weren't already in Patreon, you know, they're doing the Patreon thing. I feel pretty lucky that I had already kind of started doing that before this whole thing hit, because it really ended up helping a lot. Exactly, Cavendish. Yep. You had a great stream, Frigga? Oh, I'm so glad. Good streams are good. Yeah, I think for a while people are just going to be vending at local cons and, you know, feeling out the waters, and I think attendees are going to go about it the same way. You know, they're going to do more local things and see how it feels, see who goes, and then it'll probably just get bigger from there. But it'll take a while. It won't be immediate. Definitely not. Addie, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I might do the pencils in a second here for the next thing. I'm missing my other materials to do the rest of these. So I had this one we worked on and this one, and I need the rest of my like gel pens and stuff, and I don't have those right now. So I'm gonna be right back. Okay, hi. Oh, thank you, Tenebrom. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place with stuff. This was a Mother's Day piece we did on stream a while ago. This is still up for purchase if anybody wants a Mother's Day original. I was going to do a Father's Day one today, and I'm thinking I still might. Well, thank you! I'm glad you enjoy it. So, I might still do that right now. Because I wanted to do a Mother's Day piece and a Father's Day piece. But this one, if you go to cloverkin.com and go to the originals section, you'll be able to see that. Oh no. Why, Fricka? You think she'd want it? Dennis, are you still here? Alright. Let me sharpen this real quick. Either. I'm not going to work on your pieces then. Unless you want to see them. But knowing you, you don't care about surprises, but I want you to care about surprises. So I don't want to exactly ruin it for you right now. Oh, Fricka. Well, I love that she enjoys it. That makes me very happy. My dulcet tones, eh? Shit. No, because I don't know. I'll do it later in the week. How about that? Okay. So for this Father's Day piece, I wanted to do a Minotaur dad and a Minotaur son, and the dad's working on the big labyrinth, and the little kid has made his own little maze. So let's do that. Thing is, I want to make sure I've got the right view so you can see that there's a labyrinth behind him. So I almost want there to be like a ladder. I want the little kid to be showing him his little maze box. Look, Dad, I'm gonna be a labyrinth creator just like you. And he's gonna be like, wow, that's great. The thing is, I don't know. I do want him working on it while he's seeing it. I think that'd be cute, but I don't want him to look like he's disregarding his work or some crap. Sorry, I know it's blown out right now. A Minotaur and a Minotaur. That's cute. I love it. Or maybe he's just beaming with pride with it. Maybe he's got wood block. I like the idea of a ladder in it. I want him to be holding a hammer more than I want him to be holding wood. So I guess let's just go for it. I need a straight edge. I want maybe seems like enough. I will, Fricka. Thank you so much. No, raiding and running is more than okay. I understand. I hope you get some food too, because usually streamers are hungry. But we'll see you later, okay? Thank you so much for the raid. No, why would that be weird? It's not like it's a centaur, you know? I kind of want him to be beaming. I want him to have his little hammer. He's working. Hands on his hips. Where's my music at? That's true, but I wonder if maybe the tar part isn't necessarily referring to the 4? Is it? Because maybe that's the sen part. Maybe tor just means, hold on, tor suffix. A morpheme added at the end of a word to form a derivative. Okay, that doesn't help. Yeah. So maybe it's referring to a different part, not necessarily the... Oh, here we go. Tor. Denoting a bull. Well, if anything, a tor means bull for the most part. So if anything, a centaur is wrong and a minotaur is more right. Which is really weird. So I think, doesn't mino mean 1? Something like that? Mino. Mino in Greek means... Well, first name of the king. Permeable. Yeah. So it is about the name Minos. So it's directly referring to the king of Crete. So I'm guessing centaur basically is like saying bull-like more than horse-like. Centauruses, or female centaurs. Now you got me curious though what sen means. Usually I thought it meant a number. Centaur means piercing bull. Weird. Huh. The Wikipedia page just has this really helpful list of centaurs. If anybody needs a list of centaurs, hit up Wikipedia. They have a whole list. Get your fill. Let's see. There's plenty of them. It's true. I know it's cheesy, but I actually still really love how the centaurs were treated in Xena. Like the costumes and stuff. I thought they did a really cute job. The CG ones are cheap, but I liked it when they actually had an episode, and I was obsessed with Xena for a long time, so I've seen a lot of the episodes many times. There's an episode where one of Xena's friends was a regular lady, and her husband was a centaur, and she gave birth to a centaur baby, and it was really cute. Despite the super pornographic, like, implications there, no discrimination. I mean, if you're back in those days and that's what's there, that's what's there, right? Yeah, okay. But it was just really cute because when they showed the baby, it was just, it was cute. Yeah, ouch, right? They went through the actual birth scene pretty quickly, but I don't know. I thought that was cute. They even had the balls to touch on that. I feel like they wouldn't do that now, just because of what it implies. Lots of donkey show jokes and all that, potentially. Thessalonian? What was Tessels? Oh, his arms need to be bigger. You know, maybe it'd be cuter if his arms were crossed. Or does that look too judgy? Maybe that looks too judgy. See, and this is why you do thumbnails, so you don't have to do this a million times. I did not do a thumbnail train. I did one thumbnail. I'm gonna make sure he's smiling though. It's important. Bull killers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does that mean they're trying to pit centaurs against minotaurs? Dang. I like the fact that these sorts of legs, whenever I draw them, because I draw them a good amount, honestly, for all my pet portraits, but these legs always make it look like whatever your character's doing, they're doing it in a timid way. They look really timid, like they're like, oh, they're crouched down, they're, no, I've got this thing. You want to see this thing, Papa? I think these should be bigger. Bigger, but still soft. Soft dad horns. I think we all learned something today. Thanks for that. It sucks since I'm so used to streaming on Saturdays. I had another one of those days where I thought all day today was Saturday. That always sucks. Forgot Gabe did his class thing yesterday. So now I'm all screwed up. Out what I'm doing around here. Maybe here is a little entrance into it. I'd like to think they're probably twice as big right now as a human. So like maybe humans are right here or something. Like this big, half their body size. What a precious moo. Thank you, Wolfo. How you been? That makes him look too smug. I don't want him to look smug. Oh, goats, yeah. The eyes, pupils, squares. Is it a goat for fun or a goat for business? It could be a goat for business, you never know. Alright, now I gotta figure out what I do want him to be doing here. When you're doing chibis, it's really hard to get in certain poses, because since you've got such chunky little limbs. So like if I want to put his hand on his hip, it's going to be hard to also show he's holding a hammer, because otherwise it just, since he doesn't have enough arm to actually buckle the arm, it's not going to look like he's got his hand on his hip, it's going to look like he's just holding a hammer. So these are the problems that we run into. So for the moment, I'm going to switch over to doing the labyrinth in the background. Take an isometric stab at it. I don't see why it needs to be anything crazy. As long as you know it's a labyrinth. He's a business goat. Oh, he really is a business goat. Wow. I think that's cute. Get it, business goat. Get it. Greatest of all time goat. Goat. Shit, man. That should be a shirt. Goat. I might make that shirt. I bet that exists. That has to exist. I'm sure somebody's already done it. However, I might do it anyway. Because just because it's been done doesn't mean it's been done the way you've done it. Well, it's no use typing in goat, let me tell you that much. Even if you do the abbreviation. I'm not seeing it, you guys. I might make it then. Here it goes. a goat. Greatest of all time goat. It's on the docket. With many, many, many other projects. Yep, anything you ever do, even if it's, you know, exists outside of you, your experience is going to make it your own. So, if you ever have an idea that's similar to another idea that exists, you know, don't get discouraged that you shouldn't do it. You should still do it because it's going to be your take on it. It's going to be your experience that's played into it, because nobody was raised the way you were. Nobody has had the exact same experiences you have, so might as well tell it like you're going to tell it. I mean, let's be honest. If you, like, read the explanation for Rick and Morty, and then you read the explanation for Back to the Future, it sounds like the same thing. But those are very much not the same thing. Even if Rick and Morty was technically inspired by Back to the Future, it's still so different that it's its own thing. One of my favorite things in life is drawing busted ass gates. So much fun. This gate is going to have a giant door knocker on it that looks like a bull piercing, which the name of those is escaping me right now. I'm willing to bet somebody in the chat has this piercing on their nose. It's not tragus, is it? Is it tragus? No, that's in your ear. What is this? What is that piercing? When in doubt, draw a busted ass gate. Septum, thank you, yes. That's the one. Tragus, idiot. That's the one that's on your ear, that's on your inner ear. I'd probably never get a septum piercing just because my nose is too big already. I don't want to bring any unnecessary attention to it. I think if you've got a cute little button nose, they can be really cute. But man, I do not need any more attention there. My nose is like the size of a ping pong ball. Where are my big nose people at? Let's put some moss on this. Yeah, moss. Look at this happy minotaur keeping up his little labyrinth. I'd like to think that the minotaur and his partner, whether it be a woman or another minotaur or what have you, this is his like pet project, his man project he likes to do, whatever. You know how guys have projects? Women have projects too, but I'm saying like those toxic masculinity guys, typically. I gotta go work in the garage, I gotta go build a shed, you know, that kind of shit. I feel like this was his thing, and he'll go back home, and they'll be like, hey, you working on your thing today? And he's like, yeah. You don't let people get caught in there anymore, do you? No. No, it's just, you know, it's for little Billy here, you know? It's for him. I'm building it for him. You're not building it to catch any humans? No, you know, if one falls in there, he falls in there, you know, whatever. But I mean, it's for Billy. For bovines. Yeah, I can see that. Yep, just like that. You know what's up, Dennis. Dude, is there a D&D campaign that's based around being in a Minotaur's labyrinth? Because there really, really should be. And that would be really, really fun. Like, I like just thinking he's some kind of suburban dad that doesn't get to do much, and his labyrinth is kind of his baby. And sometimes his son helps or whatever. But most of the time it's just like, oh, I'm gonna go work on the labyrinth today. Okay. You come back for lunch though, you know you get cranky when you don't have any of your egg salad. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. Maybe he'd like be really into egg salad or something. I mean, why not, right? Oh, that's right. I remember the deserted desert dungeon. Deserted desert dungeon. That's a really good tongue twister, Dennis. I like that a lot. I want him to be like, well, I'll be damned, son. That's a good labyrinth you got there. You're gonna be able to take over Pa's project one day. I do want his hands on his hips. I also want him to be holding a hammer. Maybe I can just put the hammer on the ground. Maybe I'll be that guy. I don't know. I'm still stuck on this one. I honestly wouldn't mind seeing a show or something with a bunch of like mythological creatures and whatever, just in suburban settings. Like, I feel like the show Bright could have been cool if it was more funny and not as serious. I feel like it was a little too serious. But like, you know? Like a centaur that works at an office. Oh man, I'd be all into that show. That would be so funny. Like the elevator, maybe they have a specific elevator for them. I don't know. Oh, he's lonely. No. It was super dark. I think they made it too political, which I feel like was a mistake at the time. It was interesting. Like I liked what they were trying to do. Same with Carnival Row. That had the same sort of premise in a different era, but it was also too dark. Like, why hasn't anybody made a comedy? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that would do pretty well, because a lot of D&D people, let's be honest, are hilarious. They have good, like, dark comedy sense, right? Like, why would you not go the comedy route with something that's, you know, basically D&D heavy? It seems so weird to me. I don't know. Anyway, them's my thoughts. It doesn't add up to me. It's like you're making something for a demographic that's not interested in that way. You know what I mean? kind of want these to match. I think they kind of will match. I wanted the proportions and stuff to be similar in case I end up making these like greeting cards or some crap. Oh my god, Cavendish, my heart. No. No. Oh. God, I hate it when people take advantage of, like, people who are just at a disadvantage. Like, you know what really pisses me off? Oh my god. Those commercials that are for elderly because they get, like, conned so much. Like fraud alert type things that are for, you know, the elderly to be like, you know, watch out, this is a scam. And like, who the fuck out there is scamming old people? I want to kill them. You do not scam the elderly. How dare you? You are inhuman. Oh my god, that's one of my buttons. That's absolutely one of my buttons. I love the elderly too much. Leave them alone. His nose might be too big. Can't believe I'm saying that, but I think his nose is too big. In July, I would really like to go back to doing my tarot series. I plan on releasing the first few that I did as bookmarks, but I really miss working on those because those are so much fun. Oh my god. Yes, Dennis, yes. Are you brushing her every day? Because she has super long hair. You gotta brush those like all the time. Dennis, do you want me to keep your cards a secret or do you want to see them? I'm notorious for ruining surprises, so if you want it ruined, I'll just ruin it. I'll ruin it. Oh, there's good videos on YouTube about brushing long-haired dogs because you need two kinds of brushes typically because they have an undercoat and an overcoat. You'll need, like, if it's anything like my palm, one of my palms, you'll need a comb and then you'll need a brush because the comb gets out the undercoat. You have 3 brushes? Okay, good. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Well, if for whenever you can't groom them, like, appropriately, like you can't get them in, they always tell you in between cuts to at least be brushing them because that keeps them from matting. So at least when, you know, the groomer gets them, even if they're overgrown, they're at least brushed out and don't have any matting. So just make sure you're brushing her every day. They kind of do, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, Dennis. You have floofy kitties. What are their names, Zara? Oh my goodness. I had kitties growing up. I think I had 7 kitties total. And then at some point, I went away from them and I got, like, you know, I went to college. And I got allergic to cats while I was at college, and then I went back to try to adopt a cat, and I couldn't. It's very sad. Persians! Yes! Oh my god! I grew up with a Persian. They're like my favorites. They're basically the bulldog of the cat world. So I have a bulldog. I have a bulldog and 2 poms. That's why on Instagram they're Pom Pom Bully. Her. Pom Pom. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, I love Persians. They're just so funny. Mine was so sweet. She couldn't even meow right. I loved her so much. She didn't go meow or anything. She went ma. She was so old. It felt like she was old my entire life. She was just such a cute little grandma. And she's just always like ma. I loved her. Oh yes. Show them to me. Share animals time. Everybody share your animals. Oh my god. What a big potot. Oh my goodness, I love her. Her or him. Oh my gosh. Sugar. Oh, Sugar. What's Sugar's story? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, she is amazing. God, I love them. They're wall-eyed. They have these angry faces. What an amazing being. Oh. I feel the same way about cats that I do about dogs. Like, the more screwed up looking they look, the cooler I think they are. Like, the more away from typical that animal, you know? So like a lab, I grew up with a lab. I was like, oh, okay, a lab is a lab, right? But if you get a dog that's missing like 2 limbs, has a beat up eye or something, like I'm all about that. I want to take them home. It's really hard making mazes, okay? I'm just gonna say that right now. This is not easy. And, well, I guess it's a kid's maze anyway, so it doesn't have to be great. Look, you can't win. Great. Good start. Yes, troop. Yes. I just love quirky animals. Quirky animals are the best. Ooh, border collie, pretty. Oh, and you got a Maine Coon? Oh my goodness. You have such beautiful babies. Oh my goodness, Troop. Oh my goodness. I love Merle. Oh my god. That color combo is just always so pretty. Oh, Shep was very sweet too, Troop. Shep looked like a little bear. What a cutie. He looked like a lover. Oh my goodness. Melania. Oh no. You named her Melania? Oh my god, she is gorgeous. I love her little red button nose. Oh my goodness. You guys feel free to always share your pets in my chat. This is a very pet-friendly zone, let me tell you. Pets forever. Goodness. I love Melania's coat. Like the under dark that's like beneath that white is so gorgeous. And she has brilliant frown lines. It almost looks like she has like war paint. My god. Beautiful. Now to decide on some clothes, I guess. Like, I don't know if I want... I know they don't need to wear clothes. I mean, they're fucking minotaurs, right? I mean, jeez. We gotta give him some dad belly, right? He's a dad. Dad bod. Oh yeah, give me the eye shot. Oh yeah. Girl. Oh my goodness. Look at that fluff. She has very reptilian eyes. I like that a lot. This one, she actually looks like she's got horns. That's so awesome. Gosh, she looks like a fucking demon. I love her. Are they both good kitties or are they naughty? Also, do minotaurs have tails? Do they have just a little tufted tail, or do they have a goat tail? Like, I'm guessing they have pretty stringy tail. Yeah, I'll just put in a stringy tail. I think I have to put them in clothes, otherwise it might look a little weird. I don't want them to look naked. That'd be strange. Like, it's weird when you get people who are like, why are they naked together? And it's like, oh my god, you're an idiot. But sometimes you want to prevent that just because people are dumb. And I know I shouldn't sacrifice my art because people are dumb, but, you know, it happens. It happens. Like, way back in high school or something, when you're drawing, and you have to draw the form first, and then you draw the figure, and people are like, why are you drawing naked people? Like, are you serious right now? Homie. Like, no. Oh my god, I want to brush Melania's belly. Sugar complains, but she's good. I feel like all cats complain. Are they lovers, though? Do they seek you out? Get mama pets. Verbal diarrhea. Troop? 100% yes. Yes and yes. People do ruin stuff like that. It's so weird. I've kind of lost my faith in the internet this year completely. Like, I'm trying to only use it as a tool nowadays. Other than streaming, honestly, the only places I feel like are okay to be are streaming, honestly. And I know that's weird, but as an art streamer, you get a lot less heckling than like being in just chatting or being a game streamer. Like, you usually only get people who are serious about art or want to see art. They don't come in here to heckle. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm using heckle instead of troll, but you know what I'm saying. She asked to be brushed? Oh my god. The dad needs cargo shorts? I guess you could give him shorts. That could be cute. Yeah, because I feel like doing the hair thing, like, right here with the treasure trail aspect might be kind of... Ugh. I still don't even like calling it that. It feels dirty. I don't even know. Like, cargo shorts. Oh. He needs carpenter shorts. Maybe Bermudas. Do dads wear Bermudas anymore? I feel like that was a thing for a while. and make him look nervous. I don't want to give him the hammer either in his hand. I just realized I made these modern. Oh, no. No, 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 no. They need to be tattered. Treasure trail. I know. I don't know what else to call that. I don't want to call it like what it is. I don't want somebody to be like, excuse me, what did you just say? I know it's totally inappropriate what I said too, but I don't know. I don't know what to say. Ugh. There we go. They're torn. They're tattered. They're Minotaur shorts. Minotaur. Yeah, it's a Minotaur. Minotaur and a Minotiny. Minotaur and a Minotaur. There we go. Yeah, this works. Still want to figure out this hammer snake. Oh, there it is. I just got it. And that's how that happens. Oh, here's a cool trick. I actually learned this in the past year. This is a really dumb thing that I wish I had learned a long time ago. Draw the hands first. Like after you've drawn the body and kind of the pose you want, if you're not sure about where the arms go, draw where you want the hand to go, and then the arms are a lot easier to fit in. So when you get into this stage and you're like, okay, you know, I kind of know where I want the arms to go, but I'm not sure exactly where they go, but I know where I want the hand to be. Draw in the hand, and then it'll be a million times easier to figure out the arms. And I swear to God, I've been doing this without knowing I was doing it. I just realized this year that I was doing it. So like a lot of the time, if I was like drawing something, and I was drawing like, okay, they've got their body, whatever, and if I wanted them to like, you know, have their hand up here holding something, right? Maybe they're holding a hammer or whatever, or a sword, or I don't know, right? It's up there. And I'm like, okay, God, I gotta figure that out. A lot of the time you can just kind of figure it out based on like just measurements, and it's just there. It's like, oh yeah, okay. You want the hand over here? And it's doing a thing. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe he's casting magic. Who knows, right? Here's the hand. It's over here. Okay, how do I get the hand connected to the body? Oh, well, it's about halfway here. You go here, go there. Oh, and there it's connected to the body. It's like, what? Like, as long as you kind of have this feel of how far the hands can go, like, you don't want to do it, like, obviously way down here. That's going to be kind of effed up. But, I mean, you know, within reason, it's like, oh, okay. You know, because otherwise you get stopped up, right? Let's say we're doing the same thing again, right? And you want to get to the sword up here, but you're like, okay, well, I got to draw the arm first. And you're like, okay, do this, but wait, that doesn't look right. Oh, I got to move the elbow down here. And, you know, so if you draw the end first, it's like writing a story. You know the ending, here's the beginning, and then figuring out, oh, okay, so this would be the midpoint, right? That's a lot better. I don't know. It's just something I'd figured out. Whatever, dude. Saving that for later. Yeah. Put that in the old bank, right? Okay. Oh, man, you know what I needed? We need one of those. Don't Minotaurs always have those circle ring things on their chest? It looks like a sex dungeon thing. You know what I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Maybe I just got weird. Like one of these things, and they've got the straps and whatever. That's gonna, no. You know what? That's gonna put the kink over the top. I don't want to exactly do that. As much as I'd like to, I don't think that's appropriate right now. So let's give him a mallet. We'll make it a wooden mallet. He's been working on his on his labyrinth, right? Let's see, his hand would be back here. So draw the hand first, right? I know I want it around there. And then his neck, somewhere in there. And then the foreshortening becomes a million times easier too. So here's another example. This is what I'm thinking. So for those that have trouble with foreshortening, like let's say, same kind of position, right? Just stay with this. If you've got the hand here and it's kind of coming at the camera, right? You can kind of figure out, well, you know, where things are going to be and how far back it needs to go, right? I mean, there's measurements involved here too, but like it becomes easier. It's not completely easy, but it's easier. You know what I mean? Anyway. And close on miniatures, so people won't accuse you of making porn, then ruining it by adding something you describe as a sex dungeon. Yeah, see? And that's what's weird. You get to this point where you're like, okay, well, what are things that are very minotaurs? Okay, how many of those things do I want to add? Okay, now how many of those things are going to give off the wrong impression? Okay, you know? So, anyway, it's important. Think about these sorts of things. When you're simplifying or doing a simplified style, you know, you got to pick the things that work the best for what you're trying to convey. So what do I absolutely need to make sure people know this is a minotaur, right? And then, you know, not to go over the top with it or, you know, any crap like that. So doing the ring, yeah, that would help solidify that's a minotaur. But there's that other factor of, oh, hey, wait, that could be seen as a little bit kinky. I'm just saying. Gots to be careful. Especially if these are going to be like freaking cards for parents and stuff. I can't do that. I can't. Maybe if it was more on brand for me to be like cute kink, sure. Like if that's your brand, go with it. Do what's best for your brand. It's a little forced. I'm gonna be honest. This pose in general is a little forced, but I wanted to work in the hammer. Hopefully it doesn't look like he's threatening the child with said hammer. That is not what I'm trying to convey. But you know what? People are going to read into that no matter what, so do what I can. I want this to be a wooden mallet too, because out here in the labyrinth, we're simple folk. We have wooden mallets. Regular ball cow need minotaur iconic things. It's true. Like cargo pants. I am so tempted to go the pocket route right here, but I'm not gonna, because fantasy and medieval and non-pocket. There's some things it's weird in my head. I can't do and still stay, you know, in fantasy. I know some people would be like, it's fantasy, do whatever the fuck you want, and I agree with that, but for some reason that's it's not me right there, so you know what, I don't want to do that either. Let's do, what about this? There we go, there it is. Alright, lock it in. Draw soft first, then lock it in when you're ready. When it look good, lock it in. Alright, now for Junior. Little Billy. Now, here, this gets a little muddy. This is It's like, we need to give him clothes too. I don't want to go crazy with his clothes. So I almost want to give him a little, like long shirt, like a peasant shirt. And when he gets older, he can switch to just shorts. But for now, you know, maybe he's just got the little long shirt, you know, like a little, I don't know what the hell you call it, like a tunic. It's fantasy, and pockets didn't exist. Yeah, I get that. How about this? It's more peasant fantasy, you know? Like, to me, hobbits had some Victorian chic going on. So, you know, they had Victorian mixed with peasant medieval Europe, you know? But I mean, in this case, I feel like these guys, like, it's a fucking miracle he's wearing shorts, right? Like, in this case, in this specific scenario, they should be naked. If they got their hands on something that has pockets on it, holy shit. They're not in the labyrinth then. They're at Macy's or some crap, because for a minotaur to get some pockets, nah. Not happening in the labyrinth, bro. Bilbo had the hookup. He had like hobbit chic, which is like, you know. Didn't he wear like velvet too? Like, it's like, wow. And they had tea time and stuff. No. This is like, my pants are made out of another minotaur's skin, you know? Like, that's where we're at. You shouldn't even be here, because all that's under here is like some, you know, fur or whatever. Plus I gotta be like, you know, this is like little kid appropriate. Damn you, Cavendish. Pockets have gone too far. The labyrinth is ghetto. I didn't say that. I'm just saying they don't have the accessibility to the finer things. You know? Let's see. Oh, way darker than that. Yeah. So, I mean, I think cargo pants, here's what I'm thinking. I wanted to do this. But literally, that's his whole pant. And I gotta be honest, I think these things would be hella tight. Like, minotaur thighs, let's be honest, they're probably, like, you know, they're thigh guys. These are probably taut. So, there ain't no room for pockets. With how tight women's pants are, same deal. And give Junior a little V-neck here. Got that going on. Grandpa's in the shorts. My God. That is some dork shit. Maybe it's part of their heritage. Keep it all in the family. Use all the parts of the bowl. Even if you are the bowl. Alright. I wanted to do some like architectural bits on here that are like labyrinth savvy. Yeah. Have some chunks of the stone kind of coming off. I mean, let's be honest, the labyrinth has been it's been around a bit. people have probably gotten frustrated and hit parts of the stone because they would just want to get the hell out of here, and they're pissed off and they take their imbued hammer and they just hit things. And that's why he's out fixing stuff, because nobody wanted to actually finish the thing, and they die, and then he's gotta go clean up their corpse. And he's gotta fix his stone walls and junk because some stupid ass hat human was all, oh, I'm so mad I can't get out of here, I'm gonna die here. And then they die there, and and then poor daddy Minotaur has to clean up. It's a hard life being a Minotaur, yo. Hard times. All humans do is bitch. That's all we do. We get stuck in a labyrinth, what do? We bitch. We try to find our way out, no, what do? We bitch. Oh, that's so Cubone, though. I mean, like, anytime I hear that now, I just think of Cubone and the fact it wears its mom's skull. Super Pokemon. That was one of the darker stories. There's a few Pokemon, like, you can Google this, that have super dark backstories. I think either Ghastly or Gengar had a really dark back one, too. There's a few new ones that had some dark backstory, too. I appreciate that. I feel like it would be, yeah. Gabe thought of a comic that's very similar to that recently, the similar idea. I won't mention it because it's in the really early stages, because he's really excited about it. I think he might actually do it. But it was really, really funny. He had me rolling about it. It gets frustrating when you make, like, ideas that would be really good TV shows, and it's like, oh man, how would I even get this out there? Oh, Spoink? Really? Oh man, hold on. Yeah, I know it's named Spoink. What? That's similar to that hummingbird myth. Yeah, Spoink. Spoink evolves into Grumpig. Oh man, Spoink. Ah, good point, Sarah. Prove it first. That's the best way to get anything done, is to prove it works first. And sometimes it'll take off on its own even. Motion is achieved by bouncing in a spring-like tail. The bouncing has a vital function in that it keeps its heart beating. Even while it is sleeping, it continues to bounce. It wears a pearl produced by clam pearl on top of its head. Oh, that's similar to when Slowpoke sticks its tail in the water and gets, was it a cloister or something? Stuck on its tail, and then it evolves into Slowbro, which amplifies its psychic power. Spoink will be weakened without a pearl, and always searches for bigger pearls. In the anime, it was shown to easily mistake other round objects as its pearl. Oh, that's cute as shit. It likes to eat mushrooms. Oh, this one doesn't talk about it dying. Come on. Spoink, Pokemon dies. I want to know where it says it. Oh, it implied it. It implied it because it said it keeps its heart beating. Oh man, that's so low key. I love that. Poor Spoink. Damn, Wolfo. You know cool shit. Damn, Spoink. Oh man, this is flipping dark. Look at this picture of Spoink and its bucket list. It can't do any of these things. Oh man, can you even look at that? Hell. It's not gonna come up. Copy that whole thing. I don't know why it like crapped out. Look, Dad, I made a little labyrinth. Maybe that'll be the entrance. We'll give this little box an entrance. Did anybody else have the little labyrinth table? It was like maybe a foot by a foot, 12 inches, 12 inches, and it had knobs on either side, and you had to get the little marble ball through it. Anybody else do that? I love that damn thing. It's like a marble maze. You had a tiny one? Cool. I just freaking love the simplicity of that thing. Seriously, I do. Just how cool it is that it's just a wood thing. I love any puzzles that are made out of wood. So much. If you ever want to gift Cloverkin something, gift me a wooden puzzle. I would adore that. Cool! Oh my god, this is so cool. Look at this one. This is so cool. Oh my god. I know, Big Link, I'm sorry. That is so cool. I need to start like a wish list on here. Out of all the things I've ever done, I haven't done that for anything. Maybe I'll do that today. Right? Isn't that cool? Oh my god. Oh. They have different versions of those labyrinth games. Like sizes. Like Wolfo, how you said you had a tiny one? There's a big one too. I think I had a medium-sized one, but this is awesome. They come in different sizes. How cool. Oh my god. This one comes with different swap-ins. Like you can change the board. Thank God. I feel like that needed to be done. There's a secret part of me that just wants to be a wood, like a carpenter, like a wood maker, and just make wooden things all the time. Oh, I want to do it so bad. Oh my god. I mean, as long as none of them open, you know, a door to hell, I'm cool. Don't you be gifting me door to hell puzzles. I don't want that shit. No Hellraiser here. None. That movie freaking ruined me. Should make you sign something if you buy me one. Like, is this a door to hell puzzle? Yes or no? And then if it is, I'm gonna sue you. Obviously. If I'm not dead yet already, obviously. If it is, good luck with that. Have fun. You know, that's true. That's true. Now it's getting the lawyers out of hell. That's the problem. I'd probably have an easier chance escaping myself than trying to spring a lawyer. Oh, Kristen! We've been okay. I'm gonna be honest, I spent the first part of the stream ranting about what happened to us last week because we weren't able to stream. Our furnace fan went out, so it wasn't circulating our air conditioning. And it was over 90 last week, and inside the house it was like even hotter. So we tried a bunch of things to like stay here, and there were no hotels that had any openings or anything like that. So eventually we had to flee the house and wait till Monday till the furnace guy could get here and fix it. So that like basically put us out of doing work for 3 days, something like that, which that was stupid and insane, and I'm angry at Summer. But I mean, otherwise we're okay. We're trucking. This month is especially crazy because of Journey June, because we're hosting that challenge again. So we've been doing that. Next month, though, is going to be a lot nicer. Everything will probably be a lot slower, at least compared to this month. Yeah, the dogs are having massive issues. Obviously, we have a bulldog, so we have to keep her cool at all times. So that was really tough. You know, she had to be down in the basement until we figured out where we could go. Because there's no way we'd be able to sleep here. None. It was over 85 in the house, so not happening. We ended up going to a family member's house. We had to drive 2 hours to get there, though. That sucked. So that was most of a day. But anyway, how are you? How are you and Mike and the kids? You good? Yeah, it's really hot, especially since the dogs haven't like been groomed for months. Because we had to move, and then once we moved here, we got an appointment with a groomer right away, but the groomer wasn't available until like, actually this upcoming week was the soonest she was available. So they've had extra hair on them. So it's been bad. I've been shaving their bellies when I can because that helps, you know, them stay cool, but there's only so much I can do. They've all got cooling pads. Always have cool, fresh water. Fans. Every room has like 2 fans for them. So they're pretty set. It's just that even all that wasn't enough to keep them cool. So we needed to run away. Oh, are they? Good. Good, good, good. I suppose it's hot where you guys are too, right? Like, from what I understand, this heat wave isn't just in Illinois. It's everywhere, isn't it? I think you guys are more south than us too. Oh, he switched jobs? Is he happier where he is? Is this new one gonna be better? Holy crap, Sarah. Oh, I have like 2 of those kits though. Not this exact one, but the same company. They're pretty cool. That one is intense though. That's almost too complex for me. Wow. Combination lock, keys, elevator compartment, that's nutty. Yeah, the cool thing about this this company is that because they're made out of wood, they're not very expensive. So like we have one that's a trolley, and we have another one that's a hurdy-gurdy, because I love hurdy-gurdies. I think they're like my favorite instrument. But yeah, that company's actually really cool. Oh god. Hour and a half commute? Is he coming home every night, or is he staying down there most of the week and then coming home like every so often? You gotten time to start doing your hobbies? Again, I was looking forward to seeing more of your stuff soon. Oh, he's coming home every night. Wow. He's a trooper, man. Yeah. So again. You're so skilled. I love seeing all your work. I miss it. You got a fan. This is basically the idea I had for this piece, so I think I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. I bet you will. I bet you'll be able to. You'll have all this creative pent-up energy that you'll want to get out again. I think it'll be good. God, tangents. Tangents. Beware tangents. Oh, yeah. That's gonna feel so good though once you bust out that list and you're able to start picking away at it. That is a fantasy. Total dream come true. I'm in the same boat. I have that list. It exists. I just gotta get done with the work I've got. And I will, damn it. It's been years. But I'm gonna get there too. We're gonna get there. Just gotta get there. Hardest part is getting there. Alright. Don't worry, Gabe's starting on the next phase of Mike's thing soon. Just in case he's worried about it. Yeah, I would safely say I've been excited for downtime for years. It sucks because I'm pretty blessed that I made, you know, this company into what it is, but at the same time it's ended up caging me. And I worry for people that go freelance or, you know, become an independent artist of any kind, that you kind of do your thing right away that you're trying to do, because if you do something else to make money for the moment, that moment could turn into years. And then you're not getting to the thing you set out to do in the first place. So you really gotta know what you're doing ahead of time. Else you could be wasting time, and it can be scary. I keep going back and forth about pausing my Patreon so I can finish the rest of these portraits. It's like I can't until we get a steady source of income somewhere else. My Patreon is basically my world, the only way I'm making money. Which is very unlike me. I've had to get used to things being late and giving people, you know, bad news that things are going to be late because of how much time everything's taking me, and I feel bad about it. But honestly, I can't avoid it. I have to do it the way I'm doing it, and I hate that. It's very not me. Hi, Emma. They have been. Yeah, for the most part, I've been very lucky. Very, very lucky. People have been amazing, all things considered. I really can't complain too much there. You always get, you know, someone once in a while who is mad, you know, and most of the time they're mad not even at you. They're mad at something else, and you can kind of tell when somebody's displacing, so, you know, you try to just meet everything with patience, understanding, and compassion, and, you know, it kind of works out. I mean, technically you and Mike are among them, so you know it's taken us a while to get to our stuff. And we're as frustrated as the people waiting are. You know, it's not fun for us. I'm scared to death of getting my second shot too. We got our first shot like recently and it hurt like hell. Like for a couple days my arm was just inflamed. But I'm scared of the second one because everybody keeps saying that you might catch a cold with that one. And that means I'm gonna lose even more time. So what I'm trying to do is plan for that and get ahead, if I can, before we get that, which is like in the next week or so. Oh, there is if you're on, there's an easy button if you're on desktop. Like here. If you're on desktop, it should be right there. If you're on mobile, yeah, there isn't, I don't think. Like on, yeah, the Twitch phone app sucks. Like it's really bad. But if you are on a desktop, I can show you. It's like trying to crop out everything. So if you look here, it's literally like it's right here. On desktop it makes it so much easier because it's got all my links right here instead of having to go down here for everything. Which is just silly. Also, I don't even know where my Patreon one is. That's so dumb. There used to be a Patreon one down here. Either way, it's right here. I know that much. It's just patreon.com/Cloverkin. So. Oh, good, Cavendish. I'm glad we got that figured out because I was worried. Like, you shouldn't be using the old ones, oh no. Yeah, the Patreon stuff. Yeah, it's just, oh, Moobot. Thank you, Moobot. Oh, really, Kristen? His second one made him really sick? Oh, see, that's what I'm not looking forward to, potentially getting sick from that one. If anybody wants anything described on my Patreon that's like confusing, let me know. Because I know I have a lot of options there and some might be confusing. Hopefully they're not, but in case they are, let me know. I will be happy to explain. I think this is gonna look similar to this, at least in spirit. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Let's color it. I'm gonna take a quick progress shot for Patreon. That looks good. Is it just for the next day, Cavendish? This one, Sarah? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, let's see if I don't screw it up. Even if I do. I mean, if you ever have fear that you're going to screw up something, it's okay, because typically you can always fix it either with another medium or on the computer. Thank you, Zara. It's very sweet of you. I appreciate that. It's gonna be a lot of stone. It's wood and stone. Those are my two favorite things to usually work with. I'm not a big fan of like much else when it comes to materials. Unfortunately, those who are coming in today who have never seen me work on this stuff, you're not going to see me do, there's usually a stage in here that I'm not going to be doing on stream, not at least this time, but there's a render stage. Right now you're just seeing me do the flats, and if you want to see the other types I do, you can look at my older streams, but usually there's a flats phase, there's a render phase, and then there's kind of the final phase where I do mixed media on it. So, like how I get to this point. Like there's 4 different phases or whatever, so typically I would do the full thing, but I'll probably just do the flats on this and then we'll end. I didn't even expect to go this long today, if I'm honest. I'm gonna actually make that gold. Remember, markers are basically like watercolors. You put them down and they look a lot darker than they're gonna be once they dry. Ooh, there you go. That's a good way to kind of flip the script. Silver lining? Not hungry. Let's see how dark this is. use a cooler gray for these background stone areas. So the cool gray should be pushed back and then the warm gray will come forward. How much brighter this is. There are a lot of dogs outside apparently. Wow. Waiting to see which one of these is brighter. YGO4. YGO. Maybe this is. Maybe this one's even lighter. I'll try that one. Maybe this one will be better. This looks like the same color. That's weird. Sorry, I just bought these markers, so I'm still feeling out all their colors. I'll go back and darken areas and lighten areas later. I'm basically doing what comic artists have, like companies do for them, where they have a flatter go through. Companies or people. Sometimes it's a person, sometimes it's a company that flats for comics. But right now I'm just blocking in color, and then later on I'll vary it and render it out and all that stuff. Is anybody else where they are experiencing kind of a drought? I feel like we got a little bit of rain today, but it was the first time it rained in a while. I feel like maybe there is a drought happening on some scale. Did you? Oh, lucky. Oh, in Seattle. Well, here in Illinois, we got the first rain we have in like, I think, over a week or two, somewhere in there. And then before that, it was like a solid month or something. Like, it was crazy. Sarah, have you ever gone to Emerald City then, since you're in Seattle? I miss going to Emerald City. It's one of my favorite cons. Oh, you've never been to a Comic-Con? Well, if you enjoy that sort of thing, you'd probably like it. Plus, you've got one of the best ones, in my opinion, near you. Emerald City has, like, the most original content hungry crowd, I think, out of all the big cons I've seen. Dragon Con too. I'd say Dragon Con is probably second, tied with Gen Con. But Emerald is more story focused, I think, where Gen Con feels obviously very game centric, and Dragon Con is just, they love everything, which is great. I love that crowd. But yeah, if you get a chance, you know, once things get better, definitely check out Emerald, especially since it's so close to you. I mean, I'm in Illinois, and that's one that I deem worthy of traveling to. It's a good one. They always have a good smattering of different things. I feel like sometimes when a con gets too big, it might border on getting too corporate, you know, with the big comic companies and stuff. But I feel like Emerald doesn't ever really get there. Like, they still have a lot of indie creators who are out there self-publishing stuff. And, you know, for me, let's just say if I was an attendee, that would be one I would probably go to, that I would deem worthy. Because as a vendor, you get tired of seeing the same crap over and over again. Like, a lot of cons just have the same thing, but just remixed or in a different spot. But Emerald was one of those ones that's refreshing and always has something for everybody, I feel like. Plus the layout's nice. I always like the layout of it. It's really simple. It's in a good part of town that, like, seems to be near a lot of stuff. Lots of food options, lots of lodging. Easy to find your way, hard to get lost, that sort of thing. Like, a lot of the time when we stay there, we'll set up, and then we'll just walk down to Target and, you know, buy our food for the weekend so we don't need to eat out every day, and it's just nice. I don't know. I like it. Oh, God, Kristen, you and Mike would freak. If you haven't been there before, Gen Con for D&D centric folks and RPG people, board game people, any gaming, you need to go to Gen Con. Gen Con's amazing. It's a really good one too. Something about Gen Con and the people, like, I love the people at Gen Con. They're so wonderful just to even talk to. I don't know. I love Gen Con. In 2019, yep, I was one of them. I wouldn't go this year if, like, I don't know. That's my personal opinion, but I wouldn't go to any cons this year. It's just not going to be a good representation of what it will be when it's back to full force. But if you feel comfortable going for it, go ahead. But just know it's probably not at its crowning glory, you know. Not at the moment. And like I said about vendors and attendees, it probably won't be at full force for a while. I'd say earliest next year, but that's just me. That's just my feeling on it. So I know some of my friends are still not exactly hyped to go to cons, and they're vendors, and, you know. So I feel like it's gonna be a weird, what's the word I'm looking for? Not showing up, but like just display of certain things. Weird mix of desperation and eagerness to be back, that sort of thing. I feel bad because a lot of people do need to go back to doing the con thing, but I just don't think it's gonna be at its 100% yet. Really, Cavendish? How many had you gone to before Gen Con? Yeah, I'd be hesitant to go anywhere too. Hell, I am hesitant. Oh, I totally missed this part. Weird when you have those convention dreams, though. I'll still have them every once in a while, like I'm still vending at a con. It's weird. It kind of has the feeling like those woke up for school dreams. You know what I'm talking about? Similar feels. Except more sad. I really miss finding new people. A lot of the friends I have now I made through cons. Like, I'm not even saying, like, the people who vend. I'm saying, like, they came up to my table and, like, they enjoyed my work, and then we got to talking, and then they're friends now. You know? Oh, yeah. SDCC is one of those ones I won't go to because they're so hooked on like official content. And you know, when I say Emerald's really good to indie creators, it's kind of the opposite for San Diego. San Diego's a lot of you know, hype for big things like the new Marvel movie or, you know, any new comic thing that's coming out and everything. Like, San Diego's more for autographs and big time comic artists and things like that, not so much indie content. Same for any West Coast con, honestly, that's not in Seattle. Maybe the ones that are more California based, like WonderCon. Any in the Pacific Northwest, like up there, that's okay. But the California cons typically are a lot more corporation centric, where a lot of me and my friends have had a hard time making money there because everybody's there for, you know, those corporate things, you know, the autograph or the swag bags. Oh my god, they go for swag bags. So you get so much swag when you go to those things. Do you like this zoomed in where some stuff's cropped a bit, or did you like it where you could see everything? Oh, I understand, Cavendish. That makes sense. I think everybody experiences and enjoys it their own way, though. You know, some people are really into panels. Some people are there for autographs. Some people are there for exclusive content that's coming out soon. You know, it really depends on what you value, you know? Or what gets you excited. Like, Gen Con's cool because it features a lot of authors and things, too. Like fantasy authors and, you know, that sort of stuff. And that's neat because not a lot of other conventions kind of, you know, showcase that. So Gen Con has that. That's pretty neat about it. But yeah, the sci-fi fantasy aspect, I feel like, is only prominent in a few cons that aren't specific. So, like, Dragon Con's big into sci-fi fantasy, obviously, and Gen Con. But other than that, the other ones are mainly comic-focused, for the most part. So, I mean, if you are looking for more fantasy sci-fi cons, Dragon and Gen Con are good bets. They're worth traveling to, too. And the crowds are usually great. A word of caution, though, for Dragon Con. It is a big party con, so if you're not into partying, like myself, I'm not a big party person. There are hotels you can get that aren't the big four. There are 4 hotels that are kind of around each other in downtown Atlanta that are known for being the party hotels. So if you're not into those, and you want to go or whatever, hit me up and I can tell you the quieter ones. But those ones usually have a DJ in the lobby, so like the second you walk in there, you gotta kind of prove you're staying at that hotel or you've got a Dragon Con badge, and then you can you can hang out in the rave area. But all 4 hotels have like a DJ in the lobby, so if you're the type to go to bed early or not to party, yeah, you might want to avoid those ones. Because the last time I went, which was 2019, I went alone because Gabe and I had, we don't go to cons anymore together just because we've got the dogs, and they are notoriously hard to leave alone. Separation anxiety, and they've got very particular needs. So one of us always stays home now with the dogs. So I went alone and I got this one hotel that was fantastic. It was like 3 blocks from the con. So I walked there every day. Hot as shit out, but it was really nice and it was quiet. I went to bed at 11 every night. I got my food quickly. That was the other thing. If you're at one of the party hotels, first of all, going up to your room in the elevators takes around an hour. You will have to wait to get an elevator to go up to your room. So if you do get one of those hotel rooms, you'll want to ask for one that is low to the ground floor so you can walk it, because you will not want to wait for that elevator. You will have to use the stairs, or else you're going to be waiting forever. That's a huge one. You learn all this stuff when you do these things. It's kind of funny. I remember when I first started cons, I had no idea what I was doing. And Gabe really helped me and some of our con crew. But it's like you find out all these little tips and tricks. But yeah, it was literally like an hour. And one time we were waiting for the elevator, and somebody had like a whole case of wine, right? And they dropped the whole thing. So right in front of the elevators, somebody had dropped all this wine. It had shattered. There was glass. It was sticky. Smelled like wine. And all of us were just waiting to go up to our hotel rooms. So it's that kind of con situation I do not miss. There are things I really do not miss about con life. There are things I really do miss that do technically make it worth it, but there are absolutely things I don't. I think I'll use hand. No, it wasn't fun. That's why we ended up going to the quieter hotels. Gabe and I don't party. We like to sit in our hotel room, draw, eat, and go to bed. We don't drink. It's not our thing. We don't like to stay up late and ruin ourselves before we go sell things the next day. I remember one of my favorite times, we got into the hotel room, the food came, and we just sat there, ate, and watched Blue Planet or whatever, just nature documentaries, because they were on. It's awesome. It's awesome. I do miss dressing up, because I dress up as an elf. That was fun. I mean, I do that on stream too, but it was different, because when you've got your little booth and you're in charge of your own wares, I don't know, felt magical. I liked making kids happy too when they came by. They'd see an elf running a little merchant booth and they'd like that. That kind of stuff is worth it. Talking to new potential fans and making people happy with work. That stuff. The stuff I don't like the main thing I dislike about con life is like dragging your entire convention setup across town, being drenched in sweat, then having to set up, like once you find where your table is. That is stamina, let me tell you. Being able to do that is something else. You get off a plane, you have maybe like 3 to 4 luggages, you get an Uber or something, you take it to the convention center, you find where the entrance is, you find where your table is, you're going upstairs and elevators and all these things. It is a lot. It's a lot. But like once it's set up and once you look at it and all that, it's worthwhile. It's a lot of work. So like when you actually don't make much at a convention, it can, or as much as you at least put in to get there, it's a little heartbreaking. So that's why I really don't want to risk going yet. Because if I spend, $2,000 to get down to Dragon Con, let's say, and to stay there and all that stuff, I need to make sure I can get that back. And right now I'm pretty positive I would not be able to. Not with how things currently are. I'm going to New York Comic Con. Oh my god. When you get to that sort of convention, you need to be splitting your room with like 5 other people. The last time we went, we had to split our room, and it was just for the room for the weekend. It was $2,000. That's not even counting airplane, that's not counting anything. Like, just the hotel for New York Comic Con is the same as an entire trip to Dragon Con. Like, it's ridiculous. It is so much. Yeah, it's a lot. So, I mean, next time you see somebody vending at a con, know how much it took them to even get to the point of just standing there. It's so much work. And every single person that vends at a convention is putting in a ton of work. Yeah, just make sure you don't pull the whole walking by somebody's table and being like, that's too expensive. That is one of the most rude things you can absolutely do. Alan, thank you. I appreciate the raid. It is crazy. If you're young though, and you're hungry, and you like excitement and adventure, it's great. It's great. Like, I'm getting to the point I'm a little bit tired of it, just because I'm over 35 now. Oh boy. Still young at heart and all that crap. And I'm very healthy, I think, for my age. But, it's still hard, You just get tired easier, and it's stupid. It's all that old shit. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, I want to and I don't. That's how I feel about it. I want to and I don't. Conventions are a young man's game. But it is fun. It's that sort of pulling yourself out of the routine that's exciting. And once in a while, I actually crave that. I need that. I like it. And at least if you're going to vend at a convention, like, it feels purposeful. And if you're like me and you can't relax, then it's kind of the perfect thing, because you're still working, but it's a change of venue. You're not at your home working on your art there. You're on location, it's exciting. But you know, it comes with all that other crap. Oh, thank you, Ellen. Welcome. This is I wanted to do a cute little Minotaur-inspired Father's Day piece. I thought it'd be cute. So next weekend I will not be streaming on Twitch. I have to stream a class for some kids, an art class, so I won't be streaming then. However, Sunday on the Journey June account, Gabe will be doing a comic creation course for everybody who's participating in Journey June, so you can watch that. That's free. I'll put a link here in the chat for it, so you know where to go. Oh, thank you, Alan. Thanks for the follow, too. I'm glad you enjoy it. I've been a little bit, I guess, not on my main Instagram lately because I've been posting to another account all month for Journey June. So it's a little dead at the moment. But come July, it'll pick back up again. It's just right now it's reallocated. Let's say that. Yeah, if anybody has any questions on con life, art life, anything like that, let me know. I'm happy to answer any questions. So I know it's one of those things that's like, you know, people may not know a lot about. They don't necessarily want to live it to figure it out. Yeah, so on right above your comment, Zara, the Journey Through June Instagram, we both stream these free courses on there throughout June. So if you want to be there for the comic creation course, you will find the information here. Let me get you a thing. So, yep. So they're just free. They're about an hour long. We just do them to both motivate and just help out the people that are doing the challenge. And then for past courses, and then once that one passes, it'll be here. So the creative block and burnout one, the one that's the most recent, that one was actually really fun. And I think it's got a lot of helpful stuff in it. So if you're one of those people that, which happens to everybody, if you have creative block and burnout a lot, maybe check that one out. I go over methods of getting out of the block and getting over the burnout and all that. So there's absolutely things you can do. I gotta figure out what color to make these minotaurs. Minotaur. But yeah, next weekend, nope. But the weekend after that, I'll go back to my regular Saturday streams. I stream Saturdays at 2 p.m. CST, which is about 4 hours ago on Saturday. Dadbot Minotaur. Sometimes I get lazy and I don't sharpen my pencil and I just go with it. Okay. Alright, now I got all these kind of flesh colored ones I can use. I'm not gonna use like all of them obviously, but there's gotta be a couple that give me the Minotaur vibe. What do I think a Minotaur is colored? Maybe someday. This one is technically still up to purchase. I might make it into a Clover card at some point. But I was thinking about making a, just really slowly over time, like this would be a Mother's Day card, this would be a Father's Day card, and make like a little set of cards. I was thinking about doing that, but I don't know. You mean, would this be good for like next month's device background? No, this one I'll probably put up for sale too. Oh, that's a really good color. Let's do this one. I like how saturated this is. This will make them stand out good. Nope. Nope, this one isn't, which I should, God, thank you, Kristen. I'm an idiot. I was working on Patreon ones earlier, so I should change the thing at the top. All I'm doing is hurting myself. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Kristen. That almost might be too saturated. Might have to find a more toned down one for the rest of their fur. At least they have the same hair, right? That's cute. Problem is, I have to avoid all these other colors, you know, so that they don't blend in with that, so I've gotta figure it out. This one will probably be as much as the other one is, so probably around 95, but you know, for patrons it's always cheaper. I always knock off some money for patrons. That might be too bright. Let me check this other color. No, that's too close to this too. Oh, I know. Hold on. This one. Yep, that'll work. Right? Isn't that cute? He's got his little labyrinth while his papa's working on the big labyrinth. Papa Minotaur. Minotaur. Welcome, JC. How you doing? I gotta blend this in. Blend it, blend it, blend it. Oh, lots and lots. I'm sure he'd like that. He's a family man. I would assume he can appreciate a good hug. I'm glad you think he's precious. Thank you, JC. Now I know I can't really do a pink belly on this because the pink belly thing is a lady cow thing. So I'm just gonna make it a normal color. Oh yeah, Kristen, if you want it, for sure. Is it for Mike? It's gonna probably take me a little bit to finalize it because I still have to do the pastel stage and the render stage, so probably early next week I could ship it out. I gotta finish all of the Patreon stuff, so that's gonna be a thing. Just remember to do friends and family instead of goods and services. I also accept Venmo and Zelle. Whatever works for y'all. Gotta make these khaki shorts. Gotta. What's weird is I have a marker called khaki, but it's not like really khaki. Like it is, but it's not like the traditional khaki color. It's like a different kind of khaki. Do you? Oh, thank you, Kristen. I'm glad you like it. As I drop all my markers. That makes me happy. I figured somebody would like this idea. I like this idea. I thought it'd be cute. Such a proud Papa Minotaur. Don't drop the markers. It's cool. It was closed. I got lucky. I totally heard that face in my head. Well, I can tell that I'm hungry because I'm getting dizzy. So that happens. So I'm gonna need to eat soon. Once I finish these flats, I'll probably duck out. Now I gotta find that color again, which is not gonna be easy. Unless I get lucky and this is it. No. That's not right? Oh my god. We need the nomables. All the nomables. It's true. Don't worry, I will get my nom on, but it'll be a hot minute. Gotta finish it, gotta finish it. Oh, you're welcome, Troop. Thanks for being here. I love having you here. You're wonderful to have in the audience. I guess it's an audience. Searching for a marker, cause I'm dumb and put it away. A big fry. JC loves their fries. I'm with you, JC. Fries for days. Gotta love them fries, don't we? Good fries are good. I feel like almost lurking is the way to watch Twitch, really, you know? Like, if you do more than lurk, you're going above and beyond, which is cool by me, but I feel like the norm is just to be lurking. Like, I just come on here expecting lurk mode for everybody. Oh yeah, and the way the salt just collects on your lips. Oh god. Oh my god. You're gonna ruin me over here. Fries. Oh, and then if you want to mix it up, you get them tater tots, and they fight back, you know, they got all the crunchy on the outside and soft in the middle. They're like the perfect things. Oh my god. Let's all go to the lobby. I am so close to finding this damn marker, but I'm not there yet. This is what I get. I probably deserve this. I probably do. Hey, that might be close enough. Close enough. Hell, man, that might be the same color. Shadam. It made you put away the marker. It's true. The hunger works in mysterious ways. Understandable ways, but mysterious nonetheless. Damn it. I'll find it. I'll find this other one. Blame the hunger. I always do. It's all you can do. This ain't my fault. It's the hunger. The hunger gets us all. If it's one thing everybody understands, it's the hunger. Oh shoot, Kristen, I forgot to tell you how much off. You didn't send it yet, did you? Weird. These markers are kind of weird. They don't play nice together. Oh, Kristen, I love you. You were too good to me. Repeatedly too good to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're gonna kick up the khaki here. Ah, yeah, these ones. So I'm using a mix of both Copics, Prismacolors, and these new ones I'm trying, these Ohuhu. They're actually a Hawaiian brand that, like, they're Serenity Scribbles, who's a regular on here, had done a review on them, and they're good. Like, they're super smooth. I like that they're round, because my main problem with Copics is that I don't like that they're rectangular. You know, they've got they're a rectangle basically. And I like Prismacolors because they're round, right? So like this Ohuhu is kind of the perfect in-between of these guys. So I bought a bunch of these to try out their colors, and they're great, but for some reason these two aren't working too hot together. And maybe it's because these are so old. They do last a really long time. Like, you can see how much I've used this. But, yeah, for some reason they're not blending together. So, could be just that the Prismacolors are running out of pigment, which that would be actually pretty, like, probably. That's probably what's happening. But, oh, right. It's Hawaiian for something. Like, I forget what the actual word is, but they break it down on their website. Or if you look on Amazon, if you find any of their listings, they explain what it is. But yeah, they're pretty good. And they're not very expensive, in all honesty. So and they're a good marker brand from what I'm realizing. They have like a pastel set, an earth tone set. And these Prismacolors, though, are pretty common to the US, though. Copics are worldwide, where Prismacolors are a US company. Prismacolor still has a lot of kinks to work out in terms of their markers. They're very behind in the sense they don't have refillables, they don't have wide versions. There's a lot that they need to kind of get up to speed with. But Copic is up to speed with that stuff. And this Ohuhu brand is kind of cool. Where's my beige? Where is my beige? There it is. Pro markers. Oh, weird. Yeah, when it comes to markers, you gotta get the right paper. So, on my Patreon, I usually go through like a marker best practices how-to thing. So if you're gonna use markers, like, you know, which ones to use and with what paper and such. But for the most part, you want paper that's super dense and not very porous. So like the paper I'm using right now is, it's basically cardstock. It's super dense, super heavy. You can hear it, like, you know, it's cardstock. But you don't want anything that's weak or really soft or has a lot of texture to it, because it's just going to suck the life out of your markers. Like watercolor paper? No. Because if you think about the idea of what, you know, watercolor paper is, it's meant to suck up pigment. So why the hell would you use that with your markers? It's going to kill them, you know? It's going to drain the life out of your markers. This paper is called, it's Strathmore Tone Tan, but it's the mixed media. It is not the one with the cowboy on the cover. The one with the cowboy on the cover is not good for markers. It's too soft, it's too porous. So I'll throw in a link for what I'm using. And at least this is really abundant. Like you can get this kind pretty much anywhere online, at least. I'm not sure if it's for sale in stores, but I usually stock up on this. And I get usually the 11 by 14 or bigger, so I can just cut it down, because I end up like cutting it down into a ton of different sizes. Like I have a lot of 2x3s for my patrons, a lot of 4x6s. I do almost all my pet portraits on it. Actually, no, I do all my pet portraits on it. So if you want to see other examples of what you can do with it, you go on my website here. You can see all these. So those are basically all using the same paper. So my stuff is mixed media. I use markers, I use colored pencils, and I use pastel pencils, as well as gel pens, paint pens, all that kind of stuff to get, you know, the look I want to get with it. So this originally looked like this, like its base looked like that, and then I built up rendering and then softened it with a lot of pastels and things. So I also do watercolor and such, but for right now, it's easiest to do marker mixed media. Okay, so I'm basically good on this. This is ready to be rendered. Oh, that came out a lot more orange, didn't it? Anybody have any last questions before I cut the stream? Let's see if I can raid anybody. I'll see if anybody's online. Colored pencil and markers. When you start doing a lot of mixed media stuff, you'll realize that there is an order you have to do things. So like you can't do gel pen on top of colored pencil because of how, you know, they interact. You can't actually do that. So over time you figure out, well, this goes above this, but that can't go below this because of that. And that's kind of where the beauty of mixed media comes in with technique, is because, you know, you realize this person had to do a lot of trial and error to understand where to put things. So I go through an in-depth how to do what I do on my Patreon for $3 and up tier people. Like I go over all my tools. Let's see if I've got a thing here. I'll show you the exact one. Yeah, Patreon's pretty dope for a lot of stuff. I love my Patreon. But there's a good breakdown if you go to the how-to section or whatever, the one that's like about Cloverkin, and you expand it. If you see the $3 tier there, letter C, it tells you kind of all you get in there. And then this month I've been going over Journey June stuff every week, but this is a specific post. There's a Tone Paper Tools post that I did probably a month ago. So you get access to all my past posts too. So anything I've done in the past you have access to. So there's a Tone Paper Tools one, and there was a there's a Pet and Armor post one where I explained like my pets in armor. But anyway, okay. You're welcome. Happy nom noms, right? Oh my god, I need the noms. Thank you, Wolfo. I'm so happy you came. Let's see if we've got anybody on. Any of my buddies. Ugh, no one's on. I guess it is a holiday, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, America. Oh, I have made many a snail. I got you. Alright, so this is what we made later in the stream. This was earlier in the stream. These are not done. These are probably about 40% done. I don't have half my tools, so I can't finish them off. Then I did this one. Like I said, they're not fully done, so it's a little embarrassing showing them. It's like they're naked. Adventure! It's nice to see you, JC. So next weekend I will not be streaming here, but Gabe will be streaming on Journey June's account, which I will link again here. So on the IG account next Sunday, Gabe will be streaming a comic course for free. So if you're interested in like panel work with comics and pacing and all that, be sure to check that out. And then I will resume regular Twitch schedule every Saturday, 2 p.m. CST, starting in July. So, yeah. Well, JC, check out the Journey June Instagram account. You'll like that. And journeydune.com. You should check it out. Anyway, thanks guys for coming. See you next time.